fault. I had the thing muted.
Oh, sorry. It's
That's
okay.
my bad. My bad.
So what did I miss so far? I had to take care of some things this morning, so I'm just tuning in. What did I miss so far?
You're gonna have to be a part of the replay crew, brother. Not
Mm.
just kidding. Uh, just the same stuff. Him questioning this guy about what postpartum is, this, that, and the other. Some back and forth. He asked him. I guess the highlight was he asked him why he was smiling. So what are you smiling for? Is this funny?
Oh,
That's about it. And they've been having their regular back and forth that they had on the stand pretty much all day Friday. It's been going on all morning, the same thing.
that's crazy.
Just answer the question yes or no. No, I can't answer the question yes or no. It's too complicated, back and forth, back and forth. And then the judge is popping in.
Yeah. So do you think they're going to get to closing arguments today, or you think it's going to be tomorrow maybe?
It'll be tomorrow. They probably get through all the witnesses and rest and everything. Then they'll dismiss the jury. Then they'll start going over what the jury charge is going to look like and that kind of thing. So they'll get out, what the verdict form is going to look like. And then tomorrow they'll probably come in. Each side will do their closing arguments. They'll give the jury the charge, and they'll send them back there tomorrow's way. I see it, unless there's unless she's got more rebuttal witnesses, but I think this might be it right here.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the sooner it gets to the jury can handle it or whatever. Like it'd probably be this week. Hopefully, it's like tomorrow at the earliest.
Right. Yes. Most definitely. Yeah, it'll probably take the rest of the day to get through everything. They got to get the wording right and agree on what they can tell the jury and what they're not going to tell the jury and that kind of thing. That usually goes back and forth.
Yeah, exactly.
Some people argue they want not guilty the first thing on the verdict form instead of guilty, not guilty, da da da. They the order that's placed in, they'll argue over that.
Do you think they're going to put hung jury or mistrial on the ballot for them or no?
No, that's never on there. They're going back in.
Okay, well, I'm going to mute real quick.
Okay, bud.
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as
Correct.
far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
my understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes,
Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there's a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right.
a specifier.
As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's
yes,
in there.
the description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
Right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one: diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
So concentration.
Concentration.
So
a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No overruled.
But leading?
Correct.
No overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I don't
All
know.
right,
that you had
Doctor,
control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right, next, anything further?
Nothing, thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? All right, thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness. go on and stand after you get back. All right. So, so we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, sorry, close the door, please. Face on chairs, please.
Stand up for the jury, chat. All rise. All rise. Ashley said no breaks today. The judge said, "Oh, we're gonna take a break."
All right. Anything we need to discuss before the break, Como?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dun, 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 dun. Morning recess at this time. There's your referral link for StreamYard, guys. Here is me. This is me. What's going on? Oh, y'all can't see me. Let me try that again. Here I am. What's happening? Sunshine over here. Morning recess. That's right. Then they're going to continue on with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. Rebuttal case. I didn't think they were ever going to finish with that witness right there. Oh, my word. I feel like I know that guy personally now. Goodness gracious alive. Anybody want to talk? Keep the conversation going. Otherwise, you're going to be subject to music and any kind of videos that I want to present. And I do have one. I do have one video that I can present. Let's see if we can bring up some stuff without it being too big of a deal. Oh. You wasn't gone very long.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna they were gonna go for a while, so I'm like, I'm gonna hop off, and then like 5 minutes after I hopped off, they want to break. I'm like, dang it, I should have just stayed on.
Wayne, let me read a couple of comments real quick. Wayne, do you mow lawns as a side gig or just for homeowner use? Oh no, I don't be side gigging. No, I don't even want to cut my own grass, much less somebody else's grass.
Right.
And then I see Jessica here. Good morning, Jessica. Said Devil Dog was going to have Relentless in the StreamYard again. Neighbor of Carlos R.
I don't want
Carlos R. I'm about to have somebody come in, so I'm going to hit mute here in just 1 second. So I'll let you talk when that happens. It won't be but just a minute though. But no, I don't cut grass on the side. All right, I'm going to hit mute right now. You can talk, ain't you?
All right. So, what's everybody feeling about this case right now, currently? Because it's crazy. Like, it's flip-flopping all over the place. But I did like his line of questioning. I did catch his line of questioning a little bit ago. So, and I guess I missed the spicy part. I guess there was a spicy part that I missed.
Yeah, a little bit. They've been spicy with each other. I think they want a date or something. They should have got each other's phone numbers and got together after the trial was over with, so they could, sit around and have a beer, go out to dinner together or something. They seemed like they were really in love.
Yeah, the real reason why I had to hop off is because Angel Eyes is misbehaving. She's over here like scratching at the door, like she's done it for like 2 hours straight, and I can't figure out what she's doing.
Sharpening them claws, sounds like.
Yeah, but it's against the glass part. It ain't against the wood part. It's against the glass part. So I don't know what she's doing.
Maybe it feels good to her. You might like the way
Yeah.
that feels.
I don't know. I was about to text Amanda, the lady I got it from, and say, "Why is she doing this? Is that what her mom does too? Because everything she does, everything I tell her that she does, she tells me that's what her mom does. So apparently, all her cats pull her mom genes and never the dad's because they all act like their mom. So
Right.
that's the story I got from hers when I tell her something. She's like, "Oh, that's what her mom does. That's what her mom does."
Welcome in, Amy. Amy Starr, welcome in. Good to see you here today.
Hi, Amy.
Good to
Please hit the like and subscribe to the host channel, please.
Yes, please, please. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You can
Well, I
like
gotta
and
give
subscribe.
you a plug. So
Thank you. I appreciate the plug. Hey, Jessica, who is Carlos R, by the way? You tell me who that is in the chat. I appreciate it. I think it's got to do with the new case that they got going on. Boy, did we ever talk about that for a while last night on Patriot Pride.
yeah, I was on Patriot Pride for a minute. It was like
Yeah.
in the middle of the night though. I seen when I was on it, I seen Misty was on there, but then when I got back on later, she was gone. So apparently she got off between the time I seen her and the time I saw it again.
Yeah, she was still up on panel when I left. But it was fun though. We had a good time. We had some good discussions. You know what I mean? I just got to remember not to do that too late on Sunday nights when I got court Monday morning.
Yeah. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you were back.
I got to get out of this bed. Oh my god! Oh my god!
I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you got to sleep when he did, and then got up in time to do this. I'm like, how in the hell did he do that?
Right? Yeah, and then I was listening to 857 and Shibby and them go at it a little bit last night too. So I was like, woo-wee.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Has there been any developments in that? I haven't seen anything, so I don't know.
2 arrests.
And later a third one. They're still looking for that other guy on the motorcycle, right?
They're looking for the motorcycle man still. I don't know that they haven't found him this morning or something didn't happen overnight. I don't know the answer to that, but I think he's on the run still.
Oh wow.
Ash forgot that she was watching Naked and Afraid Shipwrecked. Okay. I watched that show.
I've never watched that show.
Hey Josie, good morning. I'm glad you finally caught alive. I love the picture of the puppies. Oh, that looks so cute. Look at them puppies. Oh.
Most of my channels are on History Channel. I'm into like History Channel stuff.
Right on. I'm into what we're doing right here, and that's about it. I haven't seen the news or usually catch the weather in the mornings before I get on. Try to drink a little coffee, catch the weather, see what it's going to do today.
Yeah.
And if there's anything big happening, of course, they'll be talking about it right there. And then it's to work I go. Ho, ho, ho. To work I go.
Yeah. So how long is this recess going to be now? An hour?
Yeah. I have no idea. There's no telling with this guy, with this judge here. We'll see.
I think he likes to smoke his Marlboro cigarettes or something.
He likes something going on over there. Sure, for sure. Ex parte meetings going on in the background we don't know about or something. No?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
When they go back in court, I gotta mute because I gotta run out and get my garbage can because it goes on Monday morning and I never went and got it yet. So when they go back in court, I'm gonna mute and go down and grab that.
Go down and get your trash can and bring it back.
Yeah.
Right on.
That's what I was trying to do right before, and then right when I put my shoes on, it said break time. I'm like, shit, I gotta go back up again.
Whoop. Let me get back over here right quick. Yep. So you think this new thing in Tucson has got anything to do with Nancy or no?
I think right now, my personal opinion is it's not connected, but I'm not saying it isn't. But right now, I just don't have enough proof to say that it is. So right now, I'm going to say no, it's not connected.
Right. I'm with you, 100% with you on that one right there. But that guy, man, the one that they got in custody right now, he kind of lines up a little bit with the porch guy. They were
Oh,
going over that last night.
that one guy. I sent the picture over to X, to Pretty on X, and let her see it. I don't know if she got it or not, or if she saw it, but I sent it over to her on X so she can look at it.
Yeah, she's in her new office today. She's developing psychosis.
Yeah, I seen that, and then I told her, I said, I hope your Monday morning is as great as you are.
I saw that. That was sweet. That was sweet. You didn't tell me that though.
Yeah, but I did put your name on the banner for Saturday, but you didn't even see it because you didn't come to watch my live.
Man, dude, I've been all over the place. I jumped on that. I was on Pretty's there, of course, trying to support her, and Jen there started talking about maps and stuff, and
Yeah,
we
I
were
was
there.
on there yesterday. It was yesterday. Mine was on Saturday.
Yeah, that's right. You was there. I remember now. Just so the audience knows, that's what we were doing. I wasn't
Yeah,
trying to avoid it or anything
them
like
maps
that.
were good, but they were, man, I can't imagine the amount of hours and time she put into those.
A lot. And then
And
she
she
had her.
said she's doing 3 different maps. She's doing Sebastian. She's doing
Uh,
Nancy. She's doing one other one. I'm like, that's even like a lot of more hours when you're doing 3 of them.
right. Exactly that.
So what's your
Yeah.
plan for when this case wraps up? Are you going to go on to another one, or what's your plan for the next one?
Not exactly sure yet. We'll see. I may actually go do some boots on the ground in Tennessee, but we're going to see. I got to check my schedule and check some other work. You know what I mean? See what's going on with that, and
Yeah,
circle back to what's next. But Daddy got to go out and make a little bit of money, y'all.
yeah, I know. Everybody,
Yeah,
yeah, money's a good thing to have when you need it. So
well, you got to have it. I mean, that's the only thing the mortgage company and the power company, that's all they accept is money. They don't accept like I love you or nothing.
I wish they did. I'd be saying it all the time.
I mean, I would like to promote their business if they would let me, if they would accept that as a payment, but they don't.
Right?
So every now and then I got to go out and make a little cash money and this and that, just to keep the wheels greased up, keep everything spinning along. I don't ever ask if anybody's got it, they can help support the channel, but if not, absolutely do not give it if you don't got it to give by
Yeah.
any imagination. The Cash App is on the screen and it's pinned in the comments too, by the way, just so y'all know that.
I'm wondering if I'll ever get to that moment.
Just pin it on the screen right now. You can do it right now. You know what I mean? Just put your Cash App link up there and then in the comments and just pin it to your comments.
Oh yeah, I forgot you can do that.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta wait on YouTube. That's for sure. You see the Juice and AJW News and 857 and JLR and everybody. Even though they are monetized, they still don't depend solely on that because YouTube gets 30% of that.
Yes, I heard that, and that's crazy. 30%, like that's a lot. They make enough money, and then they want another 30% off of content creators, and I think that's like not good. I don't like that. They get enough money already. They don't need to take 30%. Why don't they take? I can see taking 10% or 5%, but 30%, that's way too high in my book.
30% is a big swing, and they about the money, man. I'm telling you right now, they're about the money. That's why you say a lot of stuff like, "Oh, you got a strike," or "You lost these hours because it wasn't actual viewing." All the little things they do. That's about the money. And if they just spread
Exactly, because I'm glad you mentioned that because I checked my lifetime right before I came back on for the second time. And I
right,
did what Justine said. I went to the lifetime and checked, and I was at 697 yesterday, and I'm at 691 this morning. And I looked it up, and it said they subtract like bot hours off or whatever they call it,
bot
bot hour
hours.
viewers.
That is crazy. Amy says, I definitely think some some of the guys could have helped. Oh, absolutely. They could have helped for sure. They could all be a part of the deal. You know, they could be
Wayne,
hired. Go ahead.
can you drop my channel in your chat? Because I'm on StreamYard with you and I can't do it right now. Can you drop my channel in chat for like anybody that wants to subscribe? I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm see what I can do real quick. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh yeah, speaking of that, I got you 5 more subs yesterday.
Nice.
I was telling people about your channel, by the way.
Bless your heart. Thank you so much. Thank you, Badass. I didn't even know that I did it. Woo-hoo.
That's why I saw her comment and I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta tell him I got him 5 subs yesterday. Because like I told you the other day, I put other people's channels before my own because that's just how I operate.
Look who's doing it right here, y'all. Here's your friend doing it for you because you told her she was great. Boom. Would you look at that? Just look at it.
Oh, thank you, Justine. You're so wonderful. Appreciate you.
You're so wonderful. You're so wonderful, girl. We love you. We love you. Enjoy your new office. Make it your own. Oh my God, I got to delete a comment already.
And
Here
don't
comes
don't go into psychosis while you're in your new office today either.
Yeah, right. Good morning, Cindy Lou. Go Dogs. We appreciate your comment. Almost
You know,
half of it.
college football starts this Saturday, right? Am I correct?
Nope, not quite yet. It'll be a little bit more further down the line, I believe. I have to double check on that, but it's usually in the first week in September.
I thought it was the last week in August.
That's my birthday. You may get a Thursday night game, not this Thursday, but next Thursday. Maybe. But anyway, I'm going to double check on that. I hadn't been paying a lot of attention because I have been focusing on work in this channel and helping other people's channel. I've been really, really focused hard getting everything going. So
yeah, that's me. I've been focusing on everybody else's channel because that's what I do. I like to see other people succeed before myself. That's just how I do things.
There's Linda from Linda's Treehouse.
Hey Linda, how you doing this morning? Great live the other day. I watched it. I was there. I watched it. It was great. It was very highly entertaining. I liked it.
What did Pretty do? She got a mirror to put above her desk to see if anyone is coming to sneak behind me. I hear you. What I'm talking about.
Nobody's gonna harm Pretty Little Clues.
Hey, you know what they said? Nobody puts Pretty in the corner. What movie is that?
She's got all the Pretty Little Clues too. So
Right.
that's a plug to her channel, by the way. Y'all go sub up to her channel.
Absolutely go sub up. Privacy screens, but we'll see if I'm ballsy enough to piss them off that bad yet. I'm with you. Boy, I can't tell you how many times I've been in peeing contests with companies and bosses and stuff, especially when they start it and bring it on. I'm like, okay, well, let's have a little fun with this.
Yeah, when I worked at a certain store, I had my conflicts with people, and I'm like, y'all do your thing and I'll do my thing, and let's just not talk to each other.
Yeah, right. I've been at a company for 6 more months after I already determined I was going to leave just to chill out. We'll see how long this takes. 6 months later, I'm still sitting there. Like any day now, y'all gonna say, "Okay, man, we're gonna let you go."
Right?
Funny. I was like, I determined I was gonna leave 6 months ago. What took y'all so long? It's good stuff.
I was looking last night to see if there was any.
If any of my future employers are watching this, I'm just making jokes.
Right.
I'm a dedicated employee. I work hard. I go above and beyond.
That sounds like me. When I work, people tell me, they're like, "You're a hard worker. You stay with the task until it's finished." They're like, "I wish I had 100 employees like you."
She loves making people smile. Oh, we love making people smile too, and working their brains and getting everybody enthusiastic with what's going on. And we love true crime, and I love trials, and I love to watch them battle it out. And I love it when justice is served, baby. You better believe I love that part of it. phone when they sit, the look on their faces when it comes in there. Either way. But yeah. Yep. So I would imagine the presence outside of the courtroom is swelling. It's the crowd is probably getting a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger each day.
Yeah, I wonder if them little Lindsay Clancy people supporters are outside today. I'm wondering. I didn't hear anything about that, but
So
I
badass.
know that she's been getting some outside the courthouse.
Y'all, oh, and Pretty, if you want to drop your channel or anybody else's channel in the chat,
Here,
please
I'll
feel
drop.
free.
Since she dropped mine, I'll drop hers. I can go out to my other phone.
I appreciate y'all doing that because it can put a strain on the stream when, I got me streaming, you streaming, and Ash streaming, and then I got the video playing. So it starts to be a lot. I figured out how to, I've restreamed Kevin's from Streamlabs to my StreamYard over the weekend. So that was pretty cool. I was able to figure out how to do that. It wasn't easy, but I did it.
She's doing good. She's got 2.1 thousand subscribers. She's doing great. I'm proud of her.
Me too. She's putting in the time too, man, because she got a regular job and she's putting in time with us and everything that she does. I seen she sent all the radio scanners over to 857. He was playing those last night. And they were dissecting that quite a bit.
Yeah, I heard him say. Thanks to Justine, she sent over the files or whatever, and I was like, she's great.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I was too tired at that. I was trying to sleep, but I couldn't sleep. But I was trying to sleep,
Yeah, I was right there with you. I was in the bed, flipping, tossing, turning. I had a car. My neighbor's driveway is right across the street from my bedroom, and there was a car. It's the guy that just passed away, and it was a loud car at the end of their driveway over there, just like revving their motor, and I didn't know what they were doing, so I had to jump up.
Every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, my time. There's always this guy on a motorcycle, and he like revs it and he drives it fast. I'm like, dude, people are trying to sleep. What are you doing?
Right. I don't care.
I'm dropping everybody's channels right now, Wayne.
You dropping them like they're hot.
Yeah, I'm putting Jim's in right now.
Come in here and turn the porch light on and stuff and let them know somebody was actually caring and watching. Like, what the hell are you doing sitting at the end of the driveway with that loud ass car? And then they took off slowly. So there was that going on. What did you say? She said, it's being slow. On Thursday night, I have 150 subscribers now. Yay. You're on your way to the 500 mark, young lady. There's pretty little clues to it, guys. If you haven't, go over there and give her a like, a follow, subscribe, and share all this out. If y'all don't mind, please.
Now, y'all remember she's got all the pretty little clues. If you need pretty little clues, go over there.
That's right. And share this video out, please. Thank you very much. We inspire her. Yay. That means the world. We try to. We were inspired by somebody, so we try to inspire other folks along the way. And we just keep it going. Public service announcement. Your procrastination has led you here. Go subscribe. Ash, RNC, Rhythm and Clues, baby. Where is that guy?
Yeah, I wonder if he's streaming this. I didn't even look at his channel today.
There's D Hudson. Hey, D Hudson. Good to see you. Subscribe to Badass, y'all.
She's 2 away from 155, but I'm trying to get her to 160. So if she can get to 160 today, I'd be happy.
Before the algorithm decides we've had too much fun, go check out Badass. Amen to that. I like the way you put those in there with a little extra. Jim Survival, go check out Jim Survival. Give him a like, subscribe, follow, and again, please share out the video. Share it out there in the X land and Facebook land and any other land that's out there.
Yeah.
Bring them on in. Go grab your friends, your neighbors. Tell them we're on live.
We're live, yeah.
That's right. L to the I to the V to the E. Live all day long, every day. Looking right there with her. 2 subs away from 155, y'all. Will you be number 155? Only you know. Go over there and sub and find out. You might be
I'm
the
about to
magic.
look, see where she's at. I'm about to see.
Have to take a look at that.
She's at 154. She needs one more, y'all. Who's going to be the lucky number 155,
One more,
y'all?
guys. One more. Who's going to do it? Who's going to be number 155 with Badash? Josie is already subscribing. We do appreciate you, Josie. But hard to catch the lives. I'm an outdoor person. You can just put us in your ear. We try not to have any silence or anything. So I'll get Angel Eyes to sing for you if you want to hear a song.
No, you don't want that because then your viewers will go way down.
You won't have none then, right?
Correct. Hey, can I plug my channel? Can I get 4 more to 305, please? I'd appreciate that too.
I tell you what you do. You plug it real hard and let me have like a 2 to 3 minute break. You just keep plugging away for the next 2 to 3 minutes. How about that? Oh, hey, Ash, by the way. If Ash wants to come up here and help you, I can drop the link right quick.
Yeah, drop the link and see if she wants to pop on real quick.
Him. That's UK, me. Plug myself in, he said.
I need to recharge my batteries, man. For some reason, I can't wake up today. I'm like, I don't know if it's because I'm not sleeping that well or what, but I'm like, I'm going to have to go get some coffee now. I don't drink coffee.
All right. There it is. If anybody wants to jump up here before I go take this little break, but it's coming like you got about 30 seconds or you're going to sit backstage till I get back. Boom, boom, boom. No, not me. I'm not awake either at the moment. Okay, so it's going to be all you, man. You're going to have the floor and the stream is all yours. If you hear them come back in, you know what to do. Just mute yourself. But otherwise, I'll be right back. Okay, Angel Eyes?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, bud. Thank you.
Yeah, let me go check your chat out real quick, see what people are saying, and I'll just feed off that until they go back in session. Hi, Ash. How you doing? Oh, yeah, Ash is the one that said he's not awake. Okay, that's fine. I hope everyone's Mondays is going good and great and perfect. If y'all hear noise in the background, it's somebody's out mowing the grass. I'm doing okay, Ash. I'm glad to see you too. I'm glad you're here. I was just talking about your channel a little bit ago. I said, I wonder if he's streaming this. Breaking news for what? What's the breaking news, Ash? Tell me. Oh, pretty nose? Well, somebody's going to have to tell me what the breaking news is because I'm curious now. Wow, up to 19 viewers. Y'all are the best, y'all. Oh, they had a response from one of Nancy's neighbors after 7 months. I wonder who that is. Ash. Are they actually talking, Ash, or they're like doing interviews or no? Ash, ain't it like 11:38 p.m. your time or something? Ain't you like 12 hours ahead of us or something? Ash, you made it to 155. Badass, you made it to 155. I'm proud of you. That's great. Yeah, like I don't know if you heard me say 5 minutes ago, but my goal is to get you to 160 by the end of today. So that's the goal for today's 160. Y'all, I gotta meet for a second because I'm about to get I gotta get somebody under control. She's misbehaving today. Never mind. I think she's going to sleep. Never mind. Can y'all here? Let me drop my channel here and here because I'm trying to get to 305. So, but let me find myself. There I am. Y'all, I was trying to hit my own channel. I hit Jim's channel. Y'all. Anybody want to come on panel? I can drop the link from his StreamYard for his StreamYard. Y'all, if anybody wants to come up that wants to talk and wants to chat and keep me company. Y'all had to mute for about 5 seconds, but I'm back now. I didn't want to leave y'all hanging too long. Hi, Silent Surrender. How are you?
We appreciate that.
Yeah, I had to mute for about 5 seconds because I thought she was going to sleep, but I guess she changed her mind and she decided to do something else. So I had to yell at her real quick.
Right. Don't you yell at that baby.
Well,
I had
that
to make
baby
my
needs to
white
behave.
tea now to get to 160. Goals, y'all. We got goals.
I need to get to 305. If I get to 305, I'm going to call today a very successful day.
Right on. Very
Actually, 310 would be better, but because that'd be an all-time high. But
StreamYard link is in the chat. Anybody wants to come up here on the panel and chew it
I
up with us?
was supposed to drop that, but then she got me distracted and I got sidetracked.
It's all good, bud. It's all good. There we go, right there. You're welcome. Morning, love, she says. Oh, look at them. They got a love story going on. Mr. and Mrs. Clues. He's not awake. Hey, babe. Good to see you. And so, Linda, we know. Yep, you are breaking news. What is breaking news?
Yeah, I saw it. He's one of Nancy's neighbors is talking after 7 months.
Had a response from one of Nancy's neighbors after 7 months. You did, UK, or did somebody else did, or?
That's what I was asking him if they did interviews or if they're just I don't know what he means by that. I was trying to find out if he meant like they interviewed with somebody or. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly that means.
Christina wants to know the same thing, y'all. Who?
Hi, Christina. How are you doing? Christina Shock, how are you doing today? Hope your morning is going great.
He wasn't that close, but he has jewelry made a few years back from we know who. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Uh-huh. Yep. It was a friend on Facebook, not a neighbor. Said Silent Surrender. Hey, Silent Surrender.
I like that name. That's a perfect YouTube name.
Me too. And a nice profile picture. Very cool. Yep. We appreciate you too, Badass. You're awesome people. Thought it was strange out of the blue. It was, to be honest, right? What did she say?
What'd she say? It was who?
Huh?
What did Silent put on there? It was a friend on Facebook, not a neighbor. Oh, I get what she's saying. Okay. I misread that at first. Sometimes I think I got dyslexia because I miss, like, when I'm typing, I leave words out, and then I when I read, I can't catch all the words. I think I'm dyslexia or something because it's crazy.
Jim, Unique is here, but she's running errands, dentist appointments, all that stuff. She said she will have us on and listening the entire time. Just not able to chat, that's all. But she is with us. My daughter, Unique Angel,
Oh,
is
wow.
with us.
Jim, your channel by
Yeah.
itself is up to 20 viewers. That's every time I'm on here, you're up to 20.
Someone find Justine a new job, please. Okay, you can go to work here, but it's not paying very good.
She didn't get in trouble, did she?
Why are you upset, Jaylene? Uh-oh, good friend of the family. I had a good friend named
wow. Why
Joseph.
wouldn't they have told her? That's kind of weird.
Just found out, or wait a minute, just found out a good friend of the family passed away 2 years ago. Oh my goodness, Jaylene, we're sorry.
And they didn't tell her. That's what I was talking about. Why wouldn't they have told her?
Right. Don't know. I don't know. 30 minutes later, morning break's over, lunchtime, sidebar.
Why are they coming back?
Is Massachusetts where this no. Dark State, isn't that where the Salem witch trials were?
They're in Massachusetts somewhere, but I don't know exactly where.
Right.
I think that's where the witch trials were.
Google it. Google it, y'all. I can ask Google, but
Pretty said they were in Salem, Massachusetts.
Pretty's on it. Believe that.
She's always on it.
But yes, Massachusetts.
I knew it was in Massachusetts. I just didn't know. I guess I should have known it was Salem because Salem witch trials.
I'll be honest with you. I thought it was Virginia.
No, that I do know.
That's what I thought, and I don't feel like a dog.
Then I was thinking it was in Maine, but then I was thinking she's right. It was in Salem, Massachusetts. Duh.
Had a heart attack playing basketball. I'm so sorry.
Oh wow, Jaylene, so sorry.
Christian from Fueled by Folgers and Jesus is doing good. He came up on Patriot Pride's channel for just a few minutes last night.
Yeah, and I think he was over in Pretty's yesterday in the morning to let everybody know he was doing okay. So that was good to hear he's doing okay, and it went well.
Amen, brother. Amen, brother. Hey, Judge, it's 11:47, Judge. Just saying. It's not going to be morning break if you get past noon. It's going to be
an afternoon break.
That's right. Wow. Well, he was out there probably doing something that he loved and having fun, but that's tough. Got to be careful how much you push yourself sometimes. Yep. That is exactly right, y'all. That is exactly right. Mm-hmm. Got to be careful. Got to be more careful. Has anybody seen Doug this morning? Oh, I know where he is. Never mind.
Yeah, I know where he's at.
He has a previous engagement. Have y'all seen his?
I was wondering if I know when he's on with the Devil Dog, they talk about Nancy mostly, so I don't know if he's following this yet or not. He ain't missing much.
The new case over there in Arizona right now. Yep.
So he's probably not watching this right now. I wouldn't imagine.
No, then he's going to come in and he's going to say, what did I miss? That's what everybody says. Like, I'm not catching you up. You got to go replay.
Yeah, because when I said it, that's what you said to me.
I know, right? Jim said he's going to come and say we're on lunch break now for real, Jim. Mm-hmm. Exactly that. Exactly
Them
that.
juries, them jurors have got to be getting tired of these games, man. That's like crazy.
You would think so by now.
They're like, come on, let us get out of here. Let us go home. We want to go home, probably is what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't even want to have a poll or anything because I'm afraid they're going to try to stretch us out for another week. You know what I mean? I'm going to be asking the same questions next week as I am this week. They don't come on.
Well, didn't they originally say this trial was going to be a month long?
Yeah, they're making sure that they wasn't wrong, huh?
Right.
We said a month. We're going to have to make it a month. No, you can finish early. It's okay to finish early. We don't mind.
Yeah, because people want to go on to the next trial and the next topic that they want to discuss. Like I was trying to say earlier, I was like looking up stuff about Little Lord Fauntleroy to see if I can do another show on him, but I didn't really. Well, being a 105-year-old, there wouldn't be any new developments, but I was just looking to see if there was anything I could talk about or discuss on him, because I just want to, like, basically in my mind, I want to try to solve it, but I know everybody that was around then are probably unalived right now anyways, but in my mind, I kind of want to try to see if I can solve that, but I probably can't, but it's good thinking though.
Right. It is good thinking. I agree with you, Jim. Maybe by Christmas they may have a verdict.
By Christmas? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
He said Christmas.
He did say Christmas, which is, it's not that too far fetched the way this is being stretched out. I mean,
dude, if this goes on to Christmas, I don't know what I would do.
Right? Be sitting here with a long beard and stuff, Oh my God. Sidebar.
Oh wow, Linda Hamilton put on she's going walking to her favorite beach, the bayfront on Lake Michigan.
Who?
Linda's Treehouse.
Oh, where you see that at?
She's in my chat, I guess, because I've seen it. She's put walking to my favorite place, the bayfront, Lake Michigan.
Nice. It should show up in my chat too when she says something. I get to see all the chats right here.
Yeah, I know.
It confuses people until they figure out what's going on. Once you figure out what's going on, it's not that confusing.
Yeah, let's see how many likes I got.
What do you say?
I was gonna check to see how many likes I got on my stream. I got 6 likes and 2 watching.
You'll get over there and give Angel Eyes a like, and then come on back now. I need you. It's all good. It is all good. I thought this break. Here we go. Back in the courtroom.
All right, I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna make sure they ain't going on lunch break now. But I need to go get my trash can.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus
Right on.
Lindsay Clancy. All parties are
You go ahead, buddy. I can
present,
take it if I need to.
jury.
All right.
All right.
Case Greg, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
You don't look happy.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Rise up, chat. Everybody stand up in the chat. Stretch your legs. That's a packed courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. People want to know, what's the jury going to do?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Halvin.
No, Jim, I did not hear about that. But I'm glad to hear about that because it's time somebody spoke up for the children. Should be the main focal point and never lose sight of that right there.
Morning. Start right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Very nice.
As long as the testimony in the evidence, you shall get to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run 2 clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys. And I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times. With adults and juveniles, the issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of 2 national organizations, the 2 that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Avram Mack.
For everybody that's listening,
days, which was
forensic
video
psychologist,
recorded. We
Dr.
talked about her
Hilbrand.
background and a lot of information like that. The second day,
Dr.
where I met with her
Hilbrand.
myself and did not video
Forensic
that because
psychologist,
these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone. Variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Miss Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Miss Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Miss Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Miss Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Miss Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the, in terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school and she got straight A's basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure. And that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did both of those, and from I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband Patrick, and I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, racing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, some kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
When she's coming in focus.
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2,
okay.
But I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, The way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now, before we
Yes.
go on to McLean,
Yes,
about Women and Infants. Were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by women and infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes, she was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her 3rd child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work. And he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was, she was into exercise. And she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time in depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much, one of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior. And
to determine, is that something that those three elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
This is
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all right. All right, please. Good. Close the notebooks, place one in chair, just like this.
All right, Doc, you may step down. All right. Anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
All right, all right, all right. One thing that's going to be on time or early is going to be lunch. Oh, excuse me. You can believe that. 1000% believe that. So we are at lunch. One witness a day, if that. Pretty funny, Jim. One of the few times I was actually standing. I was standing and I was walking fast. I see you, Jim. You watching me. Jim, I am the judge, juror, and executioner in this courtroom. Ah, good stuff. Good stuff, y'all. I do have some videos. In case people are not familiar with the case. It may not be as good for the listening audience as it would be, but before I do anything like that, let's hold up on the car wash for one thing. You have proof? I do have proof. Don't make me call a witness, because I'll do it. I'll call a witness and put them right here on the stand. If anybody wants to come up, give their thoughts, keep the discussion going, that's fine. Otherwise, we're gonna roll over and watch some videos and do some things that keep us entertained. Definitely that. We are getting closer, y'all. It feels like we're moving at a snail's pace, but we are getting closer to the jury having this case. It shan't be long. Shan't be long at all now. So I got a nice little demonstration walkthrough video. 2 of them, actually. Oh. Give me 1 second, please. Sometimes the computer has a mind all of its own, but we won't hold that against it. Give me 1 second, please, folks. One moment in time. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that, man. So, full disclaimer, what's coming up mentions suicide and self-harm. If you don't want to proceed, now would be a good time to turn the channel. If you're having any kind of problems, make sure you seek help. Dial 988, please. This is just a video I found. If the mods can grab this link and drop it in the chat, please. I'll do the link for the video. If y'all could do the link for the channel, that'd be great. It's just a nice little demonstration in case somebody's not familiar with what happened. I've seen part 1, but I haven't seen part 2. So let me get this up on the stage, guys. Oh, y'all can't see me either, huh? That is okay. Can you see me now? Here I am. Dun, 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 dun. Part 1B. Okay. One minute, please, y'all. Sorry.
When he pulled into his driveway, he's unaware that Lindsay has strangled their 3 kids in the basement and now lies in the backyard after jumping out of her bedroom window. If you like my work, please subscribe. Starting here, we can see how the Clancy's house looked in 2022 when the crime occurred. The address was 47 Summer Street, Duxbury, Massachusetts, and this is the home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy. In this picture here, you can see how the house looked in 2022. We can also see how Patrick parked his truck next to Lindsay's car that night after returning from the 3V restaurant. When he pulled into his driveway, he's unaware that Lindsay has strangled their 3 kids in the basement and now lies in the backyard after jumping out of her bedroom window. You can see here in this illustration how she would have been laying. You can also see the gate at this end of the house, where later's paramedics will come through to help Lindsay. After parking his truck, Patrick enters the kitchen through the front door next to the garage. When he enters, he testifies he knows that the house was very quiet, which is unusual. He continues and sets the food and medicine from CVS on the kitchen island. Here's an evidence photo of this. Here's another picture from a different angle. Continuing after taking off his boots, he begins to call out to anyone in the house, but no one answers. He then goes to the basement door to check if they're downstairs and calls out, but again, no one answers.
His testimony said the quietness of the house is what gave him alarm, because it was never quiet. So that kind of tells you something of the state of the home. Never quiet there.
Here's an evidence photo of the basement stairs. Patrick continues on and goes upstairs to the second floor. When he gets there, he can see no one's in the bathroom, and so he checks the 2 kids' room. But no one is there. He turns to go to the master bedroom. He tries the door, but it's locked, and for the first time he feels like something is seriously wrong. After getting the key from one of the kids' room, he unlocks the door and goes in. After taking 1 or 2 steps into the room, he can see blood on the floor everywhere. He also notices the bed pushed away from the wall and that the window is open.
The bed is pushed away from the wall. I don't know if that's significant or not. The actual crime scene photos are coming up. Remember, this involves self-harm, people, so if you wish to proceed, stay here. If not, it'd be a good time to pause or turn the volume off, or, and then you can always come back. It's 2.5 minutes into a 7-minute video right now. Here we go. Remember, 988. If you need help, please call.
Here's some evidence photos of the room that night.
Does that seem like a lot? To me, it does. I mean, it's quite a bit. Quite a bit going on there.
Realizing the severity of the situation, Patrick quickly goes downstairs to the backyard.
So he looked out the window and saw her. Now he's heading down there as fast as he can get down there.
He cuts through the kitchen to go to the back sliding door. When he gets outside, he starts looking over towards the bedroom window and sees Lindsay laying on the ground and rushes over to her. In court, Patrick will tell what happens next.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement.
Double pause. He said they were in the basement. I'm taking it he couldn't see through that window to see anything going on there.
It's likely when Lindsay said that the kids were in the basement, Patrick thought that they were fine, and that she may have put them in the basement so they wouldn't see her suicide, which would explain why he stayed with her while he called 911 and waited for the first responders to arrive.
And if any mods can find this channel link that goes with this video, please drop it in the chat. Please, please, and thank you. I'm going to drop the video link in the chat myself.
Patrick placed the 911 call at 6:11 p.m., and it took 3 to 4 minutes for responders to arrive. When they get there, he calls for them to come around the house to the side gate. After a brief interaction, he quickly runs to the basement to check on the kids. He makes his way back to the patio door and goes to the kitchen to the basement. When getting to the bottom of the stairs, he goes left to the basement living room. After just a few steps into the room, he sees Cora and Colin laying on the floor, face down with exercise bands tied around their necks. To see how the basement was laid out, we're going to look from the front of the house and see through to the basement.
It's a terrible, terrible part. Shout out Sikorsky. I saw you over there with Bad Ashes channel. Shout out to you, Sikorsky. This is Wayne, We Investigates. How you doing? Okay, so he's downstairs with the kids after the first responders have been there. It's going to get ugly.
After untying the ligature on Cora and Colin's neck, he started to look for his other child, Dawson. So he quickly rushes over to his office area on the other side of the basement. There he sees Dawson laying face down, also strangled with an exercise band. Patrick begins screaming. The EMT outside who was working on Lindsay hears the screams and notices the scene through the basement window. Immediately, many responders begin running into the basement to help the children. Here,
So that's his office through that basement window right there. Here's some actual crime scene footage right here.
some evidence photos of the basement.
Pretty disheveled little place, huh?
There is a 911 audio recording of this moment when Patrick discovers his kids in the basement. It was played in court, but was not released to the public, but by all accounts, it is horrifying to hear. In this last illustration, we are going to show how Lindsay fell out of the bedroom window. We will start with some evidence photos.
We talked about this and how she fell out. It's made a little more sense to me right here. I'm not so sure that she meant that like to fall on her head. I don't think that was part of the plan, but anyway, I could be wrong. It's, in my opinion, allegedly, la 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 la.
Of the back of the house. In this photo, you can see the top right-hand window, which is Lindsay's bedroom. The area circled is where there is blood on the shingles of the side of the house. Here's that area blown up. Notice these 4 yellow circles. This indicates where blood was transferred to the side of the shingles, and we get this information from the court documents. Back to this image. Notice how the blood transfer stains on the siding run vertically up to the handprints on the windowsill. This and the fact that Lindsay had a Jefferson fracture of her C1 vertebrae helps us know how she jumped out of the window, and here's that illustration. Let's play that one more time and stop it at key points. As she jumps, you can see how her hand transfers bloodstains to the house as she falls to the ground.
The content on this channel is based on my personal opinions, experiences, and perspectives. It is intended for informational purposes.
All right, guys. As y'all can see, I'm a Juanita Adame fan. Yep. Indeed. Pardon me for just a moment, please. Should have part 2. Anybody want to come up and discuss what they just saw? Dun, 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 dun. Ticker ticking. Bruce, are you home yet? Hello?
Sorry, Wayne.
No worries. Are you home yet? Are you in the Philippines? Or are you getting
Not
ready?
yet, brother. Not yet. I'm leaving later tonight.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Got to fly it up and out of there, huh?
Are you gonna wanna seriously come like next year?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to help get a couple of people to come over, a couple of friends, and we can either put you up or we can get you a place in town.
Nice.
A nice hotel, and we can help you out that way if you know. But yeah, I really want you guys to come and see, man. I would love to see you, and I'd love to see 857. I know he said something, but he's busy. You're busy.
Yeah, for now, but I mean,
Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
that
I've
can
already
change,
my wife
you know.
has already said, and I'll do the same for you, Wayne. We're gonna do some things, I believe, because I've gave some money and stuff, but I believe that I think that, and I don't have to. I think I should make some T-shirts. My wife has got the perfect person with her and her friend that make these things. We made Raider patches for my older friend. And he wanted to buy them, and my wife said, "No, you're not selling them." And I said, "No, I'm not selling them. I'm giving them to you because you're my friend." That's what people do. You don't make something. I'm not saying that you don't make something to sell, yes, but you don't do that to your friends. I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to get her. I asked Juice. Juice said that I can use the one with his song. Damien said that I can use one of the 857 ones that he pulls up. So she's gonna make 100. She's got 50 now that they're working on, and then she's gonna do 50 for Juice. And so we're gonna try to get as many as we can. And then I asked my wife. I said, "Hey, would you make some for some of my other friends?" And she said, "Sure." So we could make you some, but you're gonna have to tell me what design you want, brother.
I don't know yet.
You think about it. We've got plenty of time. I'm just saying we're gonna look. The one thing I've learned since being married to a Filipino is that you share with people. Not to say that I don't know that, but sharing, because that's what they do. There's unfortunate. We all know there's people here in America. There's people everywhere, but we can't help everybody. But my wife believes in doing charity things for people with nothing in return.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I just I read a daily devotional every day, and that's what the devotional was about, is giving, and it being more important to give than it is to receive, and the grace of God is sufficient. So if you're a cheerful giver and you do it without begrudgingly, and you're a cheerful giver, He will all grace will abound. He'll make come back later. Oh yeah, He'll make a way for you to be able to give and give more to.
This is why I tell, like, I appreciate, like, you're a streamer, you're doing stuff. I'll do stuff once in a while. I'm not going to be doing all this. I'm going to do something where people can come, they can see, but it's going to be where they can kind of just relax, have fun and stuff, and we can just chat about whatever. You guys are the pros here when it comes to this stuff. I'm still learning the stuff. But what I'm saying is,
you'll get it.
I'll get it eventually. But I want to show a different side of things. And look, AJ does it. Why can't I do it too?
Right.
It's about helping people in need, man. It's not about me. It's not about Wayne. It's not about none of us. It's about giving to people that need. And you know what, like you said, you read that, you know what? I need to get me a book. I lost the one I had, but I'm gonna pick up one that I had that had devotions and stuff. I'm gonna pick one up when I get into the Philippines, because you know what? I need more God of myself. I love God, but I need more God because I need to have more patience. I need to have time that I can do things for others and not myself. Right. And also do stuff for myself. But look, this is what I'm about. I'm just about helping. It's not about me. It's about taking care of my family. And if I can take and help out my friends, I'm going to do it. I don't care if it costs out of my pocket. I believe God wanted me here to do this. That's just, maybe people will laugh, but that's what I believe.
We're not worried about those people that laugh, but yeah, you're right. And that's what we need. And we need more of it, and it gives us more patience, more wisdom, more understanding, which is helping me. I actually get a text message on my phone every day, and it's a devotional.
Oh, sweet.
Yep. And that's I try to let that be one of the first things I do, is to get up and say the Lord's Prayer, get my coffee and sit down. And as soon as my eyes work good enough, I can open up that text message and I can read that devotional. So,
yeah. What's going on, Angel Eyes and Brenda and everybody?
Hey,
that's here.
drop Bruce's channel in the chat for me, please, Angel Eyes? I definitely appreciate that, and I know Bruce will appreciate it too. We can get your name in there, and I can throw it up on the screen. Everybody can give you a like.
Cool.
You hear the guy's heart right here. He wants to help people, and
because it's look, after seeing all this stuff that's gone down, all the craziness that we've been going for 7 months. Like, I know I wasn't around; I was a little bit later, but the people that we've been through all this stuff for months and months and months, and people are upset. And you know what? I remember when I first met Misty, it was like, we bumped heads, but I understand now why. And I understand her story. I understand her sisters. And, I just literally said, wow, what a stupid thing I did. And I apologized. I apologized to her, and she's like, no, you know what? This is what I mean. We need friends like 857. We need friends like Misty. We need friends like Wayne too that are great. But I'm just saying we need these people because
thank you.
They're not asking us for anything. They want to spread the love. And that's what a lot of people have been saying. A lot of the older elders that are on our channels, they've been saying this. We need love, and we need to be patient with each other.
Amen, brother. That's exactly right. And it's easy to, it could be easy to get sucked into some stuff. Nikki, and a lot of us, we're trying not to get sucked into that extra stuff. That's
I can't do it. I talked to Peace yesterday in Discord, and I'm telling you, like, what a nice lady she is. And you know what? She literally said, you know what, Bruce, I had some things that was thrown at me from some people, and she said I just booked out of myself. I took myself out of there, and I was like, you did the right thing. You can't say that you didn't do the right thing. You left. You didn't respond to the people. You didn't fight with them. I said, what's the point?
Right? Yeah. What is the point? Yeah.
She knows what happened to me on Justin's. I mean, of all people, she knows. Right. All these people seen it. Doug, Wayne, everybody's seen it, and it's what it is, and we don't need that. Because people like Justin's our friend. I don't care. The guy, I'll tell you something. The guy is streaming, doing more stuff. He's doing more than I am. He's doing a hell of a lot better than I am. I'll give you that right now.
And look at him. Not letting anything hold him back.
Oh man, he's awesome. I hope he comes back. I miss him, man.
Me too, man. I miss him too, buddy. And you can tell that he loves it. And I love doing this too. Probably more than I loved anything I've done before. So, and it can get tiring. The days can be long. You got to prepare ahead of time, and you try to be up on other people's panels and chats.
You. I know you staying up all night sometimes.
Oh yeah, I was up late last night, but I mean, I was loving it because I love what we were talking about and what we were doing, and it's with friends and everything, So, and that's it gets tough when you got to get up after 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours sleep, however many hours you get. And then
that's what happened to Juice, man. 3 4 hours.
Yeah, I gotta do my own thing. Focus. So, but I mean, it's fun though. You know what I mean? And seeing our good friends and everybody talking and everybody getting along and sharing the love. It's a big community. There's a lot of different places to go. So if you bump into heads with somebody, just go grab another chat. There's another one out there. I promise you.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Because as content creators, we don't need all the extra. It's trying to spread the love, like you said, and spread the cheer and focus on the case and being good to each other and getting each other's channels out there and getting subscribers up for folks. And if we focus on that alone, that's plenty enough to keep us busy, without getting into
that. And that's all I've ever seen out here. That's all people are doing. All the streamers are doing that, helping each other. And they don't look. People don't have to do nothing, but when you see that kind of stuff, it's like, oh man, this is the kind of people you want to be around. They want to help each other because this is what it's about. It's not just because somebody, let's say Wayne has 40,000 people and Bruce only has 65 people. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter what the size is.
Right.
Eventually it'll get there. You just have to keep pushing at it, and people will see, hey, look, there's people out there like Nikki. Look what Nikki did she did her things. All of a sudden, boom, she started having a lot of people. Yeah, it's easy to do. You just have to get out there and do it, and you have to be You have to be genuine to people. You have to be good and focus on your friends. And that's what I was telling Peace. We all just got to focus on our friends. Who cares what the noise is? I don't see a lot of it, Wayne. I'm being honest with you. I don't want to see somebody was attacking me. I don't want to see it. I don't care.
Right.
What am I going to do about it?
I'm
what am I going to do? Nothing.
said.
I ain't going to do nothing. Let them talk. They can say whatever.
Right.
I was called a fat whale. I was called a pig. I mean, look, I've been called everything under the sun. It's about our friends, the people that care about us, that don't judge us.
Nikki was on the panel last night too. After she had been on her own,
Oh,
yesterday, she was at 3 o'clock in the morning. She was right there next to me, just helping out. Patriot Pride and them, you know how they help so many people out, and they help veterans out and stuff like that. And that's what we all do. We support each other. We love each other, and there's more of that going around than there's anything else. So, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 100% right. And I'm so proud to be a part of this with people. I don't care. I don't care what the other noise is. Like whatever, like Chris and stuff and Devil Dog have said. We just want to talk about the case. We want to chat about life and stuff that we're doing. We're sharing our experiences in life. Whatever something may come up. Somebody's birthday. It could be something about the case that somebody knows that says, "Hey, Wayne, this is," and Wayne goes, "Oh, wow, this is something new. I didn't see this." So Wayne's looking it up. He finds it, and he goes, "Oh, wow, we can talk about this too now." It's like that's the whole purpose. I've explained to several people in Discord, quit fighting with these people. It's you got a block button, use it. We don't need the trouble.
Right.
Let's focus on what we're supposed to be. We're not focusing. They don't want us to focus on Nancy, or they don't want to focus on, or this case here. They don't want to focus on the Nolan thing. No, they want to come in and say. So what you do is hit the thing, block it, and YouTube will be like, it'll block it for you. It'll see. You can report it if they're harassing you.
Mm-hmm. There's three little dots right there in the chat.
Yeah,
3 little dots.
That's it.
That's all you got to do. Just click those and hide that person. And you don't have to see it no more.
Don't get your blood pressure up over that. It's not worth it. That's what they want. And but I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of good, smart people. They don't care about that. Yeah, there's some that have got. I know one. I ain't never seen. Kevin, of all people, is one of the chillest guys that there is out there. Wayne is really the chillest guy I've known. Like the chillest guy.
Speaking of good, smart people, look who popped up. Speaking of smart people.
Oh, Sikorsky. Oh, dude, I miss her, man. I miss Sikorsky, man. She's so cool. She's been one of the nicest people to me, man.
She was having some good gameplay the other night. I was at her channel trying to answer some trivia questions and stuff. I was giving it my best that I had. I might have got a little excited. I got a couple of them right, so I started getting cocky. But it was the weekend. I was trying to let my hair down. It was the weekend. I was letting my hair down. Y'all forgive me.
That's what we're supposed to do. See, there you go.
I was talking a little crap after I got a couple answers right. You know what I mean? Yeah, take that. But it was all in good fun, though. It was all in good fun.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. And there's Sikorsky.
That's the good point about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She's got a fun show over there. Does some really good music and plays some games. I think she moved to Streamlabs now instead of StreamYard. I'm still on StreamYard, but Kevin uses that Streamlabs too, and I figured out how to stream that over to my StreamYard, so that was pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's just like sharing your screen, but you got to have your mic on in your StreamYard, or they're not going to be able to hear you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you can share it right from Streamlabs.
Yeah,
their Streamlabs.
She plays a lot of music and stuff. She does a lot. Man, she's really like so knowledgeable about music.
Right.
But the thing is, like, I like about her is like, people are doing things to people, and she literally sticks up for everybody. Like, like she knows, like, when I told Nikki what happened, like, they just kept, sending shit, excuse my language, sending stuff over and over and stuff like that. And like, so she literally is like, it upset her. And I didn't ask Sikorsky or anybody to back me up or say anything, because I just don't want any trouble for anybody.
Right.
And she literally just like, she backed me up. Like literally was just so cool. Like she literally, it pissed her off that they keep doing this stuff to everybody.
Right. Yeah, I thought I had my first real live visitor last night at like 3 something in the morning. My neighbor over here passed away, and it's his wife over there now. So
Oh,
I've been
wow.
trying to keep an eye and an ear out. I think maybe her daughter and son-in-law might be staying there too. But like
Oh,
3
okay.
something in the morning, man, at the end of her driveway, she has a long driveway. The house is way back off the road, but in their driveway, somebody's just over there revving up a motor and just, acting crazy. And so I come to the door and I look through the window, and then they just kind of shine their lights right at my door. And I'm like, okay, well, you better make the most out of it, because there's something on the other side of the door too.
Oh, geez.
And
Oh
then
my
they
God.
pull out of the driveway and they get slowly down the road, and then off they went. And I was, I
Huh.
listened up for a little bit and never saw anybody, but I thought, man, it'd be something stupid if somebody like over something online or anything was actually at my house. But they better pray to God they come correct, is all I can say.
Wow, geez, man. That's weird. Like that's
That's the real stuff there. That ain't the
that ain't no joke stuff there, man.
that ain't the little
pretty
stuff.
dangerous.
Yep. So, but maybe not though. It could have just been a drunk person that was turning around. For all I know,
Yeah.
that was on the phone, with their girlfriend or something like that, and decided to head on back home. Something to that effect. So, but anyway, it does give you pause and make you think. But
Of course.
it's just you put yourself out here in this world, and you may have a few things come your way. Just be prepared for them.
Yep.
We got Army vet in the house, y'all.
Hey,
What's up?
Army. Hello,
going on?
Pretty. What's up, Rhythm? Michelle. Hope you guys are all doing well.
I was going to drop the link in case he wanted to come up, but I was dropping the video link from the last video I was just showing, which was a cool little illustration on how things went down that day with when Patrick got home and he didn't hear anything in the house, and he went looking for Lindsay, and he found her out the window and had to run to the backyard, snow on the ground, that kind of thing. Well, we think we got it, man, but
I don't know who's going to be on tonight, but when I'm up at the airport, if there's somebody on, I'll at least be in the chat.
Right on.
For a while and hang out and support. But I probably won't go on. I don't want, because it gets so loud and stuff. I don't want to, get up in there and people are just,
How long is that flight, brother?
Well, I think it's like 10 hours and 50 minutes or something like that. It's at least, if I remember the last several times that I've come, it's only been 10 hours and 50 minutes, and then I have one stop, and then I go.
Wow.
But luckily, I only have a 4-hour layover when I get to Taiwan. Which is great, because this last time that I had to come back for, literally got in Taiwan at 3:30 a.m. and I didn't have a flight until like 9 something. I think it was like 9 or 9:30 or something like that. And that is a long wait with not a lot of stuff open, and things don't open until 5:30 in the airports. Like there's literally nothing open.
Right. Man, I can't imagine. But so you're going to be on a plane for over 10 hours, or is there a stop in between?
No, I have a stop after about a 10-hour flight, 10 hour and 50-minute flight.
Or a 10-hour flight, and then a stop.
It's a long flight. Yeah, they're long flights.
Bro, I can't imagine being on the plane.
They're not as long as you think. Look, 10 hours is not that. It sucks, yes, but it's not that long compared to, look, there's people that I've known that went from LA all the way to Manila, and that you're talking 18, 24 hours. You're talking a whole almost 24 hours, 23 hours on a plane. Okay. I got to have a stop. Look, I would love to just go straight there, but I need a stop.
Absolutely. You would need a stop.
Long. And unless you got the money to fork for the first class or business to sleep, I ain't. Look, they wanted even more, several thousand more dollars just to go up to the first class. I'm like, hell no, there's no way.
All right.
I just look. I would love that. I'm not gonna go throw away another almost $3,000 to sleep for 10.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It costs too much, man. Like I can't afford. I don't have thousands of dollars.
Not right now, anyway.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I'm with you. Now, when I flew and I had, with the company, if it wasn't that much, then I would go ahead and get first class. And man, I didn't even like flying from Chicago to Atlanta or vice versa, much less. I mean, that's an hour and a half, 2 hour flight at the most. And whoo,
Right.
man, 10 hours, bro. I mean, I would get used to it, I guess, after a while. But that just seemed like a long time to be in the air, man.
It's a long time. I mean, you got to go. You got to go from the West Coast all the way through. What is it? All the way,
You're
through
across that water.
Alaska and all the. You got Vancouver, then you got.
Right.
Then you go towards Alaska, and then you just got that long stretch, man. That stretches. It just goes.
Right. Fat Rebuttal and Michelle Shining Light. Hey, y'all. Go ahead, Bruce.
Hey, what's up, guys? Fat Rebuttal. Fat Rebuttal's got a new picture. It looks like.
Michelle
cool,
Shining Light. He does got a new picture. What's that hat say? Let me look.
And Pretty, I hope you're doing good, Pretty. Rhythm and Clues, I hope you're doing good, brother.
Right.
Michelle, Fat Rebuttal, everybody here. Army Bet, salute to you, brother. I hope everybody's doing good, man. I wish everybody to do good, man. That's all.
Me too.
I'm just happy. Look, I'm just happy that I have what I have. It's not much, but I appreciate it. I'm grateful for what I have. I got a wife. I got some kids that we take. That are just amazing kids, and got a little granddaughter that keeps me on my toes.
Right.
So I don't.
Yeah, definitely.
She literally keeps me on my toes and always wants candy and stuff, or crackers or something.
Speaking of on your toes, this guy will keep you on your toes right here. What's up, man?
No, I don't.
What's going on there? What's going on there? What's going on there, Lieutenant? Lieutenant, or what were you? What were you?
No comment. What up, Dougie Doug?
No comment.
How your new life? How you think your new life once you hit that? It's gonna be a new you, or the energy? How you feeling,
Bruce?
I mean, I don't know. I just feel blessed, man, that God's put, what's been put into place with me. I've got a really good wife. The kids are great. I got a good family. I got my family, and then we got hers. I've been nothing but treated like everybody wants to do something to me. And I've told my wife, look, I appreciate it. I just want to be just like everybody else. Just because I'm an American doesn't mean that I need to be treated any different. I don't want to be called boss. I just, my brother-in-law is my brother-in-law, or call me Bruce. I just look, I look at things a little bit different. You've been to these kind of places. You've been to Afghanistan and all those kind of places. All right. You know what the culture's like. You know how it is. And I'll tell you something, you get humbled by stuff. You learn things and you respect things a little more in your life, because when you hear a lot of people crying about what's going on here in America, why don't you see something part of the world? And I'm not here to say that anybody's wrong if they want to complain, because they have a right to complain. That's their own choice. All I'm saying is I've been humbled, I've been blessed, and I have learned a hell of a lot going to different countries, and I'm just grateful. That's all I can do. I thank God for allowing me to be able to do this.
Right on, brother. Right on.
Good stuff, Doug.
Bruce, you mean Bruce? That's okay.
Yeah, my bad, Bruce. Doug hit me up. Good stuff. Good stuff, man.
I'm trying to move us around so our names is his name is first, and he's Bruce, and then Wayne. So you got Bruce Wayne going on here.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne and the Army vet. Batman don't stand a chance, y'all.
Hell no.
So what did I miss? What did I miss today, Wee? What was the case? Usually you want to give me my update on the case. How what happened? What happened?
Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna break it down for you. Same witness as Friday. just a lot of back and forth, with him and the witness. But he was on Zoom this time. He didn't come back into court for some reason. So, and the defense attorney was giving him down the road. At one point, he said, "What are you smiling about?" He said, "Is there something funny? Why are you smiling?" The lady was like, "I object," and he's like, the judge said, "Move on to your next question, please. Move on to your next question." So, yeah, I think those guys got the hots for each other, the witness and the defense attorney. They're probably going to go out this weekend or something, probably exchange phone numbers,
They better not meet in a bar. I know that.
You're gonna be hanging in the back of the bar somewhere where it's the VIP section, them two drinking, cheering each other.
Exactly that. Yeah, they're gonna be best friends after this. I can see it coming.
I'm ready to start some trouble. I need angel eyes and the rest of. Why didn't y'all tell me? I did a little research with. Why didn't Angel tell me that Patrick took time off work? I'm trying to get to Pretty too. Patrick took time off work to help his wife. Why didn't they tell me that? Why didn't they tell me that?
Yeah, guys, why didn't y'all give him that information?
Yeah, y'all blaming Patrick, but he took off work, didn't he?
See?
Well, Angel. I know you around here somewhere, Mr. 95%.
Yeah, he said that time for lunch. It ain't time for lunch. When they're on lunch, we're at work.
Dumb.
Y'all like that?
You gotta get Pretty started, then you can get UK started, then you can get Angel started. It's all in strategy.
Yeah, man, we can just get it. Screaming.
They're going to defend her. Hey, we was paging you over the weekend, by the way. Yesterday, we was like, "Where is Army Vet?" Because we had the map lady on there, and she was taking us all over these military bases.
Yeah. I know her. Me and her tried to do something when when Nancy Guthrie first started. I have a deep learning computer, and you know her lines that she uses. That's what me and her was first started together on the Nancy. I was using my deep learning computer. And I hooked it up that the stars really was communicating. So the chat was asking her question. Whatever the screen, all the lines you've seen, I was using whatever address she put in. I gave her a military destination for her thoughts. So that's why she was like, but it is so hard. It is very hard.
Man, she has some detailed maps, dude. I'm not necessarily into the astrology and the that type of thing, but when she was taking me places on those maps, I'd let her add her little bit. This line means this, and this line means that. But just being able to zoom all over the places with those maps and see those different locations, that were similar or familiar to each other. I was getting into that, man. We did that for a couple of hours.
I loved it. It's just in my line of work, I have to be 1,000% right at all times. And if I miss a guess, that affects my money, that affects my status, you know what I'm saying? So I was trying to figure out how to do it real time without, I don't know. To me, it's fascinating. That's why I wanted to blend it in with new tech from 2026, because I think it's fascinating, and I think it's fascinating to me.
Yeah, I was fascinated by that yesterday. And people were giving her addresses left and right to check out. We probably could have went for another couple of hours. Pat Riedel was dropping in some addresses. People in the chat were like, have her check this out. And she could go there so fast, dude. It was like, and then tell you everything that was around there too. I'm like, look at you go. Where have you been? I've been needing you this entire time.
Really good. She is really good.
Yeah.
And imagine us blending my military intel with that. When we did our stream, it was very interesting. It was, I think we had 10,000 people. It was crazy.
Nice.
We did it it was crazy.
I need to. Do you schedule yours or how do you go about that?
Nothing.
Not yet.
No. I've been on the end. I can do this like the back of my hand. I have to be excited about it because I have so much graphics and this and this and this.
Okay.
But it's also
I want to catch you live. I ain't caught you live yet, so I'm gonna catch
it's
you
hard to
live.
do. I also believe I'm a better co-host
right.
than it's weird. I think I'm better. Well, it ain't even weird. People say I'm better on other people's streams because of the entertainment and the I bring in, rather than being on my channel. I feel that I'm just giving y'all a report, and it's not entertaining to me. But when I'm with you, back and forth, Pretty back and forth, UK back and forth, Devil Dog, y'all are trading information with me. And to me, I can trade information with your chat. I can trade information with your mods. And I'm a better co-host on somebody else's channel rather than I can just give you everything that I know, but I just be regurgitating. And to me, it's not exciting.
I got you. Yeah, you make a great guest, man. Absolutely, you do. Everybody loves it when you come in. They get excited. They get to laughing. You got a great sense of humor and everything. You liven the place up a little bit. So
that's it. That's how. And when I'm on my channel, I feel like I'm too serious. You know what I'm saying? Got to get this content out. Got to get this content.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and you're trying to keep the audience engaged, and you're trying to look things up, and you're trying to speak to the guests at the same time. So it's like you're the producer and the host and the producer and everything when you're doing it.
And it's easy to do, but you won't get this Army vet because I'm doing everything. Right. But when I come on now you get me to think. I can challenge your chat. I can challenge your ideas, your thought patterns, everything.
And Jen is up there in Tennessee too. So I told her I may be going up there, and passing out a few flyers and that kind of thing. And she said to look her up when I got up there, and she could help me out and pinpoint some locations and stuff that I may want to visit while I'm up there. So I thought, man, that'd come in handy, like, you know what I mean, like right now, because hey, I need to go see so and so. She'll shoot me that address right over there, and bam, I'll be on it, So a really cool person. Yeah, Angel, what you doing over there? Come on up here and take it.
You ain't tell us Patrick took time off work. You cheating, Angel. You cheating. Stop getting information from Pretty. Stop getting information from Pretty.
And defending her till your last breath.
But honestly, this case is gonna be emotional. Ain't closing arguments. I heard is tomorrow. Like this case is do you know? Yeah. I went to other sectors about this case, and they all were yelling this: "Give her the needle." I'm like, this ain't a death penalty case, right?
Right.
She's trying to get away. No, she's not. Like a lot of people don't really want. Yeah. So
yeah.
They think it's a death penalty case. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah. A lot of them do. And now I'm hearing there's protests or demonstrations outside the courtroom for the kids now instead of just for her. That's what I'm saying too. That's what Bad Ash was saying. Yeah, it is about time, because I think we need to talk about that a lot more. Instead of her, this and that and the other. What about those kids? Let's talk about that and what they deserve, what kind of justice they deserve. So I'm with you.
I missed the first half of it. Did the prosecution show pictures or anything of the babies and have they face up there? Did they show anything, the prosecution? Anything about the babies?
I'm pretty sure they did. I didn't get the first part of the trial either, so I was just kind of turned on to it. And I saw, it was gaining traction and that type of thing. And I said, well, let me, I need to do some live streaming, let me go over here and see what's going on. So I just jumped right in feet first, man, without even falling back and looking at the first part of the trial, to be honest with you. But I'm sure that they did. I'm sure that they showed pictures, and they're probably going to show them again when they did these closing arguments. Hopefully it'll be tomorrow, man. It's just with this rebuttal case, man, these witnesses they're getting drugged by the defense as far as time wise. They're questioning them to the T. I mean, this guy, he's like, boy, are you ever going to let this man go or not? That last witness, I said, damn, get his phone number or something. That's enough. Dang. So we'll see how it goes with the jury and everything. We had Boomer. You know who Boomer is?
Oh, I was watching. That was so awesome last night, Wade. That was a awesome convo last night.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't pay that much attention to the chat when I got I'm up on a panel like that. I ain't really looking at that chat too much. I just wanted to get some questions over there to him. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, my turn? Boomer. Let me ask you this. Because I kind of have my own theory and my thought process and visualize what happened in my mind. And I put my theories out there and, it don't carry as much weight as somebody like him. So I wanted him to come on there and tell why he thought the back doors were open and, about the blood.
Everything he said, I agree with. Everything
right.
But honestly, everything he said, I said from the beginning. Like,
yeah, me too. Pretty much, yep. It helps when you got somebody, with his clout to back your theory up and kind of squash some of the other stuff, because you could tell he kind of had a smile a couple of times.
No matter what happened, they ain't gonna leave their theories. They're not.
No, you're right. They're not.
No matter what. No matter you
can
have the Pima Sheriff right there telling them this person is cleared. I don't believe you. Once you enter that, once you enter, I don't believe the video. Once you enter, I don't believe what they're saying, the timeline, the dot, the dot, the dot, the dot, the dot. Now you have no evidence.
Speaking of, where is Misty? Sorry.
All I'm gonna tell you is this: with tomorrow, I think it's gonna be exciting. I might come over here and do a stream with you. I think this is gonna be I think this is gonna be solved in 3 hours.
I think
they're gonna rest.
In the chat now.
Yeah, I think they're gonna rest 3 hours. You're gonna have your conviction. That's why I don't want nobody. I think it's gonna be done by 5 o'clock.
Nice.
Hey, you know how long it took the Angela? I don't know what her name is. The one that did her babies. 3 hours.
Yeah, I've been looking back into that since you brought that up, and finding out. This guy here wasn't her attorney, right?
Yeah, the people that were testifying. The doctor.
Oh, I got this. The same experts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you now. Yeah, I was looking that up, and she lost the first trial, then she got the appeal and got it overturned, and won the, not guilty on the second trial. So.
Mm-hmm. And how long did it take them to convict her the first time? 3 hours.
I don't know. 3 hours.
That's what I'm expecting. When they rest, 3 hours later, I expect them to give us a verdict.
You think all hell's going to break loose in the streets? I'm just kidding. What's them women in that pink out there? They ain't going to do nothing, right?
If this was a
Pretty
has said this before. Pretty has said this before, and I'm actually going to agree with her on this. The only reason they have so much disdain for her because she's a rich white woman. If this was a minority woman that got caught up in the system, well, no, they would say the same thing. My bad. They'll say the same thing. My bad, y'all. Yeah. I'm pushing buttons. I'm pushing a whole lot of buttons.
Got to get rid of some of this light so I don't look like a holograms sitting in front of the It should be better now.
Yeah, they'd say the same thing. Once they pick their sides, so I don't think it's going to be too bad either way that it goes, whether it's a hung jury or that kind of thing. There we go. Got rid of some of that bright light, y'all. That's much, much better.
Hung jury?
Yeah, who knows?
What's a hung jury? But like what would be a hung jury?
If they don't get all 12 to agree one way or the other, guilty, not guilty, guilty, but what is that they're saying? Not legally responsible. You got guilty, but not legally responsible, and then you got not guilty. So if all 12 of them can't decide one way or the other, then it's a hung jury and it's declared a mistrial, and they'll be dismissed. She'll go back to jail, and then they have to refile the charges all over again. That is another trial is basically what that means. hung jury. All 12 had to come to the same conclusion. And it can be hard to get all 12 there, especially when you got a case divided like this one. And somebody was saying earlier, I think it was Jessica saying how she heard that the jury was made up because, Brian Enton's there now. So he's going to be coming out with some good reports from outside the courtroom as far as what he sees and everything inside the courtroom. We'll drop in on Brian a little bit.
Well,
See what all he's
I'm
got to
looking at
say.
it right now. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be a hung jury.
And y'all, tonight at 8 o'clock is Monday with Mods over there with Brenda Walsh at Nick ARPG's channel. If y'all want to go hang out with the mods tonight, and they always got some great content and stuff over there that they like to share. Good folks. Brenda's a good person. I love me some Brenda, y'all. She be giving out 5 stars.
Oh, that's going to be Brenda tonight? Okay, I'm going to go over there and troll.
Yeah, Brenda Walsh over there.
Score
They let us
come
up on panel.
Scorsky.
Yeah, come on up,
Scorsky.
Say hello.
Every time I get to talk to Scorsky, she always playing music. Hey, girl, how you doing?
Hey,
Can I just speak to you? Yeah. Can I just say, hey, Score?
Come on up. We got a few minutes because they're always late in the mornings and they're late coming back for lunch. It's 2 o'clock now, but I got an eye on it right here. And but one thing they ain't late for is lunch every day. Y'all get to lunch, even if it's early, boy. But 1 o'clock comes, it's time to go to lunch right now. Can't be late for that.
What you gonna do after this case?
I don't know. Go to
content creator. Yeah, content creator. What you gonna do after? Because tomorrow the case is over. What is your nothing?
Maybe
nothing.
Maybe some like regular work for a couple of days. You know what I mean? And get the pockets lined up a little bit better, and then head up to Tennessee and see what's going on with those crane operators and stuff. I mean, passed out flyers. I meant.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I seen your coverage of it. Good job. Now you get what I was saying when you say. Now you get it.
Yeah.
That's who I talked to.
Yeah, I really wanted to make that entire show about that, because some of these, with this case right here and other cases, I kind of jump around a little bit. Look, squirrel, or that kind of thing. But I wanted to be focused in on that day and give it my full undivided attention. And
respect.
I told him that I would, and I did. And just like I told him I was going to print out those flyers and have those passed out and pass them out myself, I'm going to do that. That's coming up. So that's going to be the first thing I do. So I'm glad you asked that. So I'm going to get the flyers printed up, and I'm going to start passing those out, and then I'm going to take it from there. So maybe out to Alabama and visit my daughter and see what's going on out there. May cover some things around here, or like I said, I may go to Tennessee. There's a couple of cases up there going on, Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers. So get some. It's cooling off a little bit too now, so get some. Oh, looky here, asking you shall receive, my friend.
Howdy.
Hey, baby girl. Score.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I ain't gonna call you Score. I'm done with that. What up, Courtney? How you doing, Shout? I ain't doing that no more. No more.
That's
nice. How you doing, man? My ears were ringing.
He was talking about you.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You told me you was in the hospital and didn't tell us nothing. Like, I'm okay. I'm like, what? You're in the hospital? What? Wait. You're skipping a lot of stuff.
What you talking about? Hospital?
Didn't you say you was in the hospital or the doctor, or you was sick this weekend, last weekend?
No, I was going to go to the doctor today, but unfortunately I didn't. I got up too late, but no, somebody else was in the hospital. My friend, Mr. Rooster, he was in the hospital. So
yeah, that's
why
right.
I hadn't seen him. Yeah.
Mr. Rooster was in there. Yep.
I got a pinched nerve, so I had to go.
Goodness.
Yeah.
That's
the L4 thing, It's fun, good times. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a while, so.
I have back problems too, so I can relate.
Yeah, it's not fun, But how you guys doing today?
It really, really sucks.
How y'all doing today?
Good. How you
Hey,
doing?
you know, hanging in there.
Right
I
on. Right
I
on.
slept pretty late today. I just got up a little while ago, so
I wanted to. I can promise you that. After being with Adam and Mike over there, I knew it too. I was like, man, you better jump off this panel.
That
You
was
better
a
jump
good
off.
show y'all had though.
But I couldn't do it. It's so exciting. And Boomer was there, and I wanted to ask him so many questions. I'm like, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. So, but yeah, when the alarm clock went off, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Court time. Time for court. So
I love how he breaks I love how he breaks facts down, but he doesn't challenge your facts. He said, "Oh, so what do you believe happened at the front door?" It was like, "I don't believe the blood." Why don't you believe the blood? I just love his tactics, man. It was fire. It was so much
it was fire. It was
It was
fire.
fire. God, I love
loved
that
it,
dude.
too. Me too, man. Me too. I'm gonna have him on this channel one of these days. It's gonna be just me and him. Just me and him. Hey, can you guys talk for just a couple of minutes? I got a phone call I need to take right quick.
oh man, Army.
Thank you.
What's your juice, Courtney? Are you on this case? Are you on the Nancy case? Or are you just saying screw YouTube? I'm finna have some fun.
I've kind of just been having fun, but I mean, I didn't even really follow this case until recently, and I didn't know that, this happened like 3 years ago and all that stuff. I was like, where have I been? But it's kind of interesting. I mean, I didn't even I just found out the lady was sitting in a wheelchair the other day. I didn't even know she had jumped out of a building or something like that, and
yeah,
I didn't know a lot of this, but the company that I work for, a lot of them, they live up there, so they talk to me a lot about it when I'm working, through like the teams, and
yeah.
one of my coworkers actually, he lived down the street from them, from the family, so that's pretty interesting, like I don't know, how I feel about it, to be honest with you, like
It almost feels like it's none of your business. That's how I feel. It's
Yeah.
almost feel like it's none of my business.
Yeah, that's kind of a good way to put it, because it's also just, I don't know, it's just really horrible, and it just doesn't seem like, people that somebody that would do something like that, there's obviously something wrong, you know what I mean? So that's how I feel about it. But how they're gonna proceed and what they're gonna do, I don't know. I kind of agree with you. I feel like it's gonna be a hung jury or something like that. Like I wouldn't want to be on that jury. I could tell you that. No.
Okay, let's go back there then, Courtney. If you was on that jury, would you convict her? Be honest. Like from 3 kids, like no. I would have no sympathy. I wouldn't. I'm agreeing with you. I wouldn't want that on my mind that I let her go. I'm totally agreeing with you.
I feel like she needs to do what they did with that one lady, the Andrea Yates lady. I think that's what that she needs to at least go sit somewhere for forever or something. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like,
I agree. Totally agree.
Because I mean, I mean, the thing is if she tried to take her own life anyway, then why are we all sitting here you know what I mean? Like, she didn't succeed.
They are saying doctors, mental health doctors, because I'm now I got to be the other bag. They are saying at what point, if you're taking drugs and mental health, that your actions, you aren't responsible for your actions. The medication is responsible, just like an alcoholic or a meth addict. The drugs did it, but you ingested it to make that conversation.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess I don't really know what all medication she was taking, but if, I still don't think that's, you know what I mean? Like what you just said, basically.
Yeah.
She chose to, it's a choice that was made, and it's a choice that you have to like live or die with, she, at some point, apparently was, you know, like I said, I don't know all the specifics, but if she chose to eliminate herself, then she didn't succeed. So why, you know, what's wrong with then just going ahead and just putting her away for the rest of her life? You know?
I don't have a problem with that.
I know.
I mean,
I know.
Whatsoever. And to me, that's being merciful.
yeah. Well, I mean,
You
you
know,
know, there's people out there that take, you know, medications, and there's people that have mental, you know, health and, you know, things and stuff like that. But I still don't think that that is like, okay, well, you get a free pass because, you know, like,
right.
I mean, I was old. I'm old enough to remember the, you know, the Andrea Yates case, and that was that I don't even know if, you know, I don't even know how the husband, like I don't even know, I don't even have the right words for it, I guess, because, you know, to come home and find out that your wife, like, you know, did what she did, you know, took all those kids out. I think it was like 5 kids in that case.
I
And
believe so. Yeah.
and I mean, that's, you know, like,
Face up in the bathtub.
yeah, yeah. And
Not
then,
face down, face up.
no, no. Remember, they were found on the bed. She
Okay.
did it in the
Okay.
bathtub, but she put them on the bed and then covered them up.
I might
So
be mixing two different.
well, there's others,
Sick.
I'm sure, you know, where
Yeah,
people have
it's
done
sick.
that, but
It's
it's,
sick.
so when
Better
are they
believe
coming
it is.
back? What'd you say?
They're supposed to be back at 2:00, but as usual,
They're
it's
late.
already 10 minutes after 2, and they're not back in there yet. So probably about another 5 minutes, I would say.
Well,
And maybe
hopefully,
they will closing arguments one day this week.
They say tomorrow. They say
Yeah,
closing arguments are tomorrow.
right. We'll see.
hopefully
I know
they,
he's going to have a lot for this witness, though, because he started talking about the legally responsible side of it. And I'm like, oh, boy, the defense is going to drag him for days if he can, you know. So we'll see, though. We'll see how it goes. I know the witness is all kicked back now, kind of thing, you know, and he's looking at his paperwork and he's looking down his glasses. But once that defense attorney starts, he'll be sitting up in his chair a little bit.
Yeah. I believe what you just said earlier. When the minute that they showed them 3 babies, guilty.
Yeah.
But yeah, guilty. Because
That's
I don't think nobody on that jury can live with that. Yeah.
well, here's another thing. It's, you know, if the guy, okay, her husband decided to marry this lady, right? Was she cuckoo when he married her? You know what I mean? Was she, and I'm not mean this, you know, excuse my whatever terminology,
Oh
but you
no,
guys know
you're
what I'm
good.
saying, okay?
You're
Like,
good.
was
Honest.
she out of her mind or whatever, and like unstable, and the type of person that would do something like that when he married her? Obviously
Right.
not. Okay, so the decisions, you know, like, I just don't think that because you have some kind of psychotic break or whatever the heck happened, you know, medication interacted so badly that it caused you to do what you did to your children, and then decide you're gonna, at some point, you realize my opinion is, she realized what she did, that there was no coming back from that, and then she tried to take her own life and she failed, you know,
Right.
because now what, she's like paralyzed from the waist down or something like that,
She is in
you
a
know,
wheelchair
and she's got like all these,
because she landed on her damn head.
yeah, she's got all these people that are, you know, trying to support her, I guess, out in the, you know, the people wearing pink, or I don't know what that's
Yeah.
about, but
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like, it's sad. Like, who's there for the kids? You know, the 3 kids that
Patrick.
don't get to grow up, you know, that
Patrick.
haven't, well, you know what I mean, though. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like, what about
I'm
those?
trying to get pretty mad in the chat. I'm trying to get pretty mad.
Well, who's, you know, those kids, those kids are, one of them would be like, what? That was 3 years ago. So I think, what was the oldest one? Like 8 or something like that?
And that one, and which everybody didn't say, and
Oh,
I'm
you talking
on y'all today.
about-
Y'all didn't tell me he loved his son, and she placed his son in his room.
Right. And she did not love his son at all.
So
He
that
was
was it
the
a
most
stepkid?
trouble. Yeah, I know, right? Sounds like a
Mhm.
little something going on there, don't
Hmm.
Was
They
it
ain't
The
was
tell,
most,
it
they didn't tell us this, Courtney. Angel, and Pretty been holding this information for me and we. They kept telling us that dude is a scumbag, but he has scheduled marriage counseling. He took off work. The boy was his favorite kid. I'm trying to aggravate them. I'm trying my best.
dropping bombs up in here, y'all. He's dropping them here today. Come on, Army vet. Man, I've been waiting on you.
I
Here you are.
had
Here
to do
now.
some research. Had to do a little
I see.
research.
Coming back with facts too.
Yeah, you lucky Angel. 95% is Patrick. I hear you laughing over there.
Where you at, Angel? You better come
they
up
gonna be
here
here.
and
I'm getting all this out tomorrow. I'm coming in with jokes and comedy tomorrow.
Oh yeah. As soon as we're on a verdict watch, y'all get on up here, Purdy. Get on up here, Angel, and take your punishment like you're supposed to.
And like I said, I don't even know enough about this case. I just know from my own like personal just my brain, looking at it and just
Right.
I lived in Florida for a long time and I was here when the Casey Anthony trial happened. And as a matter of fact, the music store that I worked at, we were on a strip, like a strip mall, and at the end of it was a place called Sweet Tomatoes. I don't know if you guys ever remember those places. They were like a buffet kind of place, salad and all this crap.
Sounds really good.
Oh,
here we go.
They're coming back in, y'all.
Commonwealth versus
Okay.
Lindsay Clancy.
So you got to finish that story later, though.
Yeah,
All right,
I will.
Council, we all set for the jury?
I'll check you guys later.
All right, yeah, bring him in.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
Love you, Courtney.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Stand up, chat, for the jury now. Stand up, chat. Stretch your legs.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the 1-to-1 supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Lahoney-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility. in what I thought about. And so, there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that, that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it? I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Are you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy, thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experience a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
And doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection.
Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, please?
It's asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as the hypothetical. Assuming this and go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations, one where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you
Ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception. When I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's very, we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was, that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said, his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination, what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterizes people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them. And she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Can I see counsel over here? He didn't say sidebar. I have slept walk a few times and did weird things like hide my money or eat a sandwich and not remember the next day. But I've never heard no voices. Right? Oh. 2:53. Surely they're not thinking of a break. Excuse me. Anything going to change anybody's mind at this point? How could it be? Guess y'all didn't know polls are in the widget in StreamYard. If you ever want to do a poll, it's in a widget. Hide the poll. It's me. I'm up here now. What's everybody's thoughts? How you feel like it's going? Are you leaning one way or the other way? I absolutely do not think we will get to closing arguments today. He hasn't even began to cross this witness right here, and I can only imagine how he's going to want to take him to task. We just had a nice little moment there. Not sure what that was all about. Make sure we're still live here. We are still live there. Yeah, no closing arguments today. Maybe tomorrow. And I'm going to say if we're lucky. It's dragging on and on and on, man. About did she or didn't she? Did she or didn't she? I hear you, Jessica. Try to tell me what to do. It should be her best wish after what all happened. Blue Cats over in Ash's chat, giving the what up, Cat Moon. Giving a shout out to everybody, the Fat Reed Owl, Wayne, Angel, Bruce, D. From New York. So what they're talking about right now is beyond me. He's probably saying, okay, here we go.
All right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Court, all right.
Uh-oh. What is going on now? Ladies and gentlemen. Excuse the jury for a couple of minutes. Moving for a mistrial. Well, that's that guy playing with those doors right there. Those are not toys, man. Quit swinging the doors.
We'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Short recess. He'll come out as short as he can. What in the world is that all about? Dun, dun, dun. You got to be watching, Angel. You know what's happening. We don't know what's happening. Rebuttal witness was on direct examination. Abrupt. Whoa, hold on. Come over here to the sidebar. Didn't seem anything objective, like I heard earlier about the Holocaust being brought up. So, yeah. Excuse me. So, it's like he's going to have to go back there and make a decision about something or something. I don't know what's going on. They don't ever tell us either. Just like, yeah, see you in a little while if you're lucky. Family and doctors should have removed the kids. And I think that is what the jury thinks too, in my opinion. Okay, so let's say that the family and doctors should have removed the kids, but they didn't. And that's what the jury's thinking. What does that mean, though? Does that mean she gets to go scot-free because somebody else didn't do something? He's talking about now at we. I don't know what that means, Angel. All right, badass, you got to fill blue in. Yeah, that was a trip. I thought he'd be like, Your Honor, I object. Do not need to be comparing this case to that particular atrocity in history. It's like, what? Yeah, a lot of things could have happened, but a lot of things didn't happen. Unfortunately, hindsight is always 20/20. But you know what else? She could have not killed the kids. They did, Angel Eyes. They got stopped abruptly. I know a lot of y'all don't see these comments over here in my chat. These are coming from people that are streaming it to their audience as well. And I just put them up on the screen. Sorry if that causes anybody any kind of confusion. But in the meantime, I'm going to go over here to part 2 because he seems to take forever, even if he says it's just a minute. Excuse me. I'm going to share that stream instead. Dun, dun, dun. Look, it's already up there. I'm learning how they do these things.
Part 2 of the Brian Koberger case, running to Xana's room. Before we begin, I wanted to thank everyone for their patience. I know it's been a while since part 1, but some personal circumstances made it important for me to take a step back for a moment. Everything's good now, so let's continue on. In part 1, we talked about the spatter evidence and how it lined up with Maddie and Kaylee's location and position. We also showed how Brian Koberger attacked them from the edge of the bed, leaving an impression in the blanket by his knee. And there were other things, like the location of the knife sheath and how the blood spatter calculations were done.
Wrong video. My bad. Total wrong video. I apologize. Look at you. Look at you. One day you're going to stop counting. You're going to have so many. Cut to the chase. Yeah, I'm not sure how I got to that video. Dun, dun, dun. I'm going to drop the link in a minute. Everybody with me? Everybody with me? Stay with me, folks. I'm working behind the scenes right here. All by myself. What is that all about? I'm going to drop this link in here in case somebody wants to come up and talk. Get a little something off their chest. Say how they feel. Oh, my bad. There you go, right there. Still on break? We come back from lunch, Josie. I don't know how long you've been gone. So we came back from lunch. Had a little more direct examination. Got a sidebar. Went on break again. The way he slammed his book before he left the courtroom, though, didn't seem like the judge was all that happy. Over here, what? Card writing? Is that a thing? I didn't even know that was a thing. The link up on the screen. There's the link, y'all. Fixing to play you a song while I look for something over here in the background. Y'all want to hear a song? She never abused the kids, which is going to help her. She reached out for help. She told family her intent. That's what the jury is going to look at, in my opinion. I left at lunch. Now, they've come back since lunch, Josie. Had about 20 minutes of testimony, somewhere in that area. What'd you say? I think I know. Carton of Marbs worth lunch? Yeah, exactly that. I wonder if we know if he really does smoke or not. wasn't that long ago. I was doing a little smoking on lunch myself. Put an end to that on July the 11th. Thank God. Thank God that's over. Forever this time. Yay. Don't seem to be no urgency. Some judges would have been like, all right, it's enough of that. Next witness, please. You either think she is or she ain't. Sorry about the noise. All right, nobody wants to call, so fixing to drop them beats, baby. Forgot where I was at with music. We can do feeding ducks. Y'all want to do feeding ducks?
Two sides.
See what this sounds like.
One city. Everybody's watching somebody, but nobody knows who to trust.
I heard this one.
Southside streets where the sirens sing. A badge can't hide what a shadow brings. One man climbs where the criminals stand. Another wears blue with a secret plan. Phones keep ringing, names disappear. Every conversation carries fear. One wrong word, one misplaced call, and suddenly somebody's watching it all. Who knows the truth? Who knows the lie? Who wears the colors but lives on the other side? There's a rat in the room, but nobody knows who. Everybody's got a secret and a reason to hide it too. Cops chase criminals, criminals chase the cops. One tiny leak and everything stops. A voice on the phone gives orders in the dark. A hidden identity leaves another mark. A city divided by loyalty and fear, while two strangers get closer with every passing year. A photograph, a message, a number left behind. One piece of evidence can change somebody's mind. Trust becomes a weapon, and truth becomes a threat. The closer they get to the answer, the harder it is to forget. One infiltrator, one informer, two identities, zero room for mistakes. Who is wearing the badge? Who is playing both sides? Who has been hiding right there in plain sight? Boston streets are closing in, the game is almost done. When everyone is hunting someone, who can you trust? Late night case files on the desk, names on the page, blood on the vest. Wayne hits record, starts to run. He chases the truth, gets the job done. Old court notes, cold phone calls, crosstown rumors, broken walls. One clue, one step, one locked door. He keeps digging, wants the core. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the trail. Every lie he cuts, every cold detail. We investigate, we take a case, never lose a taste. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go down, bring the truth back. Let the hunt begin. Bleeds that red and black. When the suspects talk, he talks back. A timeline breaks, a witness folds. Paper cuts, secret stories sold. He wants the facts, not the smoke. Every episode, another rope. Kick the dust up, light that flame. Follow the clues, say the name. We investigate. We take the case, never lose a chase. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go dogs, bring the truth back. From the first call to the final hour, he pulls the truth out of the shadows. No cheap talk, no empty heat, just the evidence and the heartbeat. We investigate, we take a case. Go dog, never lose a chase. What's that coming down the line? It's a mean machine in a red and black. Go dogs, bring the truth back.
I've had enough. I've had enough. I've had enough of the sleepless nights, and enough of the shadows stealing light, and enough of the promises left behind, enough of pretending that I'm alright. I've been carrying weight that was never mine, walking through fire just to survive. You keep pulling me under every time, but somehow I'm still alive. You thought I'd break, but I'm still standing. I've had enough, enough for the games, enough of carrying all the blame. You thought I'd stay, thought I'd come undone. Now I'm taking back what I've become. I've had enough, I'm drawing the lines. Taking back every piece of what's mine. You can keep the word that you never meant. I'm done playing for your discontent. Every setback made me tougher, every scar taught me something new. You saw damage, I found strength, built the future from the truth. The train kept moving through the dark while I learned how to find my way. Now the fog is finally lifting and I'm stepping in today. No more running, no more hiding. You can hear it in my voice now. Feel it shaking through the ground. Everything you tried to bury is coming back around. had enough.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago. And I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have, because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamala?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong. And she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified, she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. So that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'll be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
Sort of, kind of, but not all the way. It's the witness bringing up inappropriate stuff. She really should have instructed this witness better to stay out of those waters. Don't get in there. Danger, danger. So, yeah, just a curative instruction to the jury, stern warning to the prosecution, and the witness is going to be.
All right.
Everybody stand up. Hear ye, hear ye. So, 3:30, jury's going home again. Yep, that's what's going to happen, beast mode.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
You was welcome, Christina. Excuse me. Appreciate you watching the replay.
All right, well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right. And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right. And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today.
I have no idea, April.
So,
I have no idea
sorry,
what.
but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
What the judge is.
All right. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. This way.
He's sidebaritarian. That's what he is. Sidebaritarian. Dun dun dun. He had to ask for a mistrial right there to preserve his appeal rights. Thought it would be done earlier when they were talking about the Holocaust. Surprised he let that get by.
Sidebar.
Told you he was sidebaritarian. The bailiff looked amused. He said that she told the children as she was unaliving them to go be with God. Go be with God. And that's when it was stopped. When he said that, she was telling the children when she was unaliving them to go be with God. Think about that for a minute. But that's according to her. Nobody else can prove that she was saying that. She could have been saying, you little something, 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 you know? So, unbelievable. Yeah. April says it's going to be a mistrial or a hung jury. We shall see. We shall see. Or maybe we'll see one day in the near future. I don't know why I haven't never been able to get a boss like this. It's coming a little late. Take a break, take lunch, take another break, go home. See ya. Pretty is smiling. Make sure they don't say anything as they're leaving the courtroom. Then we'll shut this courtroom down. Is that a winky face? I think it's a winky face. Oh, it's a winky face. Corner office with you, young lady. You'll get none and you'll like it. If you need me to write your boss a letter, I will. Just saying. Yes, he definitely had to ask.
Be in recess until tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow, with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on Wednesday. All right, subject to change as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Dun, dun, dun. All right. Tomorrow morning it is, my young friend. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, a little watch back could do some good. I'm going to drop that Monday with Mods in right there for y'all. That is the link to go watch Monday with Mods tonight over there with Brenda Walsh. Indeed, indeed. Hello, Victoria Burgess. I think you caught us on our way out today because we're 6 hours, 50 minutes in. It's crazy. Crazy trial, y'all. The way that it's moving right here at the end. So this may be a good time to fall back, go watch some videos, refine your arguments, that kind of thing, brush up on the case, that kind of thing. And then come on back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So I'm going to end this one. I'm going to create tomorrow's and see you guys in somebody else's chat, maybe up on somebody else's panel. Right. I'm with you there. Right. I'm with you. I am with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Nice. See you later. You're welcome, Christina. Thank you for coming by and seeing us today. Greatly appreciate that. Here comes the outro. It's a short one, y'all. It's 18 seconds. Thanks for being here. Much love. Hopefully I'll see everybody tomorrow.